flopping around. Swim against the current.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
And they say how the rhythm says it here.
I will see my home again.
Minions have spawned.
There's always another wave. Swim at your own risk. The ocean will sweep them away. I'll find my path. We are all tied to the ocean.
First blood.
Or as the tides. Ride upon the waves. Feet are strange. People and their air. They're puddle monsters at best. Ew, whale breath.
An enemy has been slain.
My people are counting on me.
An ally has been slain.
I will see my home again. Swim against the current. We are all tied to the ocean. Still hear the song of the sea. My quest beckons. Sure as the tides. People and their air.
An enemy has been slain.
There's always another wave. The seas are rising. Ride upon the waves.
An ally has been slain.
I'll find my path. Feet are strange. Welcome to the kingdom.
An ally has been slain.
My people are counting on me. I will see my home again. Swim against the current.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Quit flopping around.
Enemy rampage.
I still hear the song of the sea. My quest got
Ally has been slain.
Ew, whale breath. My people are counting on me. Ride upon the waves. This is my are all tied to the ocean. People and their air.
An enemy has been slain.
There's always another wave. Ride upon the waves. Ew, whale breath.
An enemy has been slain.
I still hear the song of the sea.
An ally has been slain.
Sure as the We are all tied to you.
Slain. An enemy has been slain.
I will
Enemy
see
killing
that.
spree. Has been slain. Rampage.
Quit flopping around. My quest back. People and their air. I'll find my path. People and their air.
An enemy has been slain. has been slain.
You'll see my home again.
Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
We are all tied to the ocean. Quit flopping around. There's always another wave. My quest back. Ride upon the waves.
An enemy. Your turret has been destroyed.
Feet are strange. My people are counting on me.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Soak it up. I still hear the song of the sea. I'll find my path. There's always another wave. Sure as the whale breath.
An enemy is godlike.
Quit flopping around. My quest beckons.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy is legendary.
We'll see my home again. Ride upon the waves.
Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill.
People and their air.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Er gibt seinem Hund Wasser. Seinem. Wir helfen vielen Kindern. Was zeigt er seinen Kindern? Was zeigt er seinen Kindern? Was zeigt er seinen Kindern? Welcher Frau gehört die Tasche? Gehört. Wann gibst du ihrer Mutter das Rezept?
Once a Vandal Gunner, always a Vandal Gunner.
They are privileged to die at my feet.
You wanna play too? That'll be fun.
I decide what the tide will bring.
I knew you would do that.
I long for a worthy opponent. The black rose shall bloom once more.
Wann? Wann?
I shall bring great
Welcome to the League of
Ihre.
Draven.
Sie geben ihren Kindern Schokolade. Sie geben ihren Kindern Schokolade.
Portions of the DNA chain that science has presently identified as the double helix represents only the surface portions of the chemical, elemental, and electrical components of the active DNA strands. Science has yet to understand the multidimensional spectra of DNA manifestation, though we are beginning to remember. The human DNA imprint will always appear from external analysis as a 2-strand double helix configuration in 3 dimensions. What is not understood is that within the double helix there are, and will be progressively more, additional double helix strands which fuse together. As our understanding evolves into the multidimensional spectra, the understanding of the structure and function of DNA
Was zeigt
will
seinen
progressively
Kindern?
advance.
Zeigt.
A team of Russian researchers working with DNA started a project to progressively learn more about DNA by combining forces with linguists, and have dived into the unknown of the 90% of junk DNA which we currently embody. Their findings are evolutionary. According to them, our DNA is not only responsible for the construction of our body,
Welche Mann
but is
gibt
also
sie
used
Blumen?
as data storage and in communication. They learned that the 90% of DNA follows the same rules as all of our human language. The way that sentences, paragraphs, and chapters work in a book is the same way that our DNA works. This is the first double helix strand, the one that Western science looks at, which is basically like a sentence of DNA. However, if you step back and see the bigger picture, you begin to see the paragraph. Stepping back further and you see the chapter, and so on. These larger and larger strands span through the different frequencies of reality, the different dimensions, which makes them harder to find in our modern science. Western science, instead of looking at DNA like this, we're cutting out pieces of DNA from here and adding them over here, which is similar to picking out words in certain sentences and putting them with other words in other sentences to see if they fit together and can make a new energy, a new idea. This is the nature of our junk DNA, of which Western
Das
science
Trinkgeld.
just didn't understand for the longest
Trinkgeld.
time. The DNA isn't junk, it's just
Das
misunderstood,
Trinkgeld.
and also not as used right now because of our dense level of consciousness. However, we are beginning to activate and reawaken our DNA through our ever-expanding consciousness and our desire to know more. The very awareness of this DNA is what is activating it, awareness of our higher selves and our connection to the all and the interconnectedness to each other. We are directly connected to the earth as well and exist as a part of it, kind of like a child in its mother's womb. If anything happens to the mother, it creates an energetic imprint that affects the child. The earth is our mother, hence the name Mother Earth. Our morphogenetic field exists as a part of her larger morphogenetic field of the earth. If something happens to the earth's energetic grid, then we inherit these problems into our own grid. Our energetic anatomy is exactly like the earth's, with chakras, meridians, axiotonal lines, and DNA. If something happens to the planet's grid, then that affects every person's DNA on the planet. We're at a very important point in history right now because we are remembering how to regenerate our original organic imprint for health. We don't even need science and fancy equipment to do this. We're just required to learn how to use what we came here with. By moving into a space of love and light, opening and living from the heart, and living in a place of emotional stability and health, you can once again reactivate your light body, and in doing so, reconnect with the higher frequencies of your being. Energetic blockages will reveal themselves as problems in your own life. Depression, anxiety, temper rages, or personal problems in your life which are causing stuckness or driving you down a path of chaos or disruption are also energetic blockages. The Institute of Heart Math has shown that generating sustained positive emotions facilitates a body-wide shift to a specific scientifically measurable state called psychophysiological coherence. Let's break this down. Psycho comes from psychological, which means mental and emotional, and physiological means body. Coherence is systematic or logical connection or harmony. Altogether, it means a harmony of both body, mind, and emotional functions. If you're familiar with the 4 elements, you know that earth is the physical, so body. Air is mental, mind. Water is emotions, and fire is spirit. HeartMath has scientifically shown now that positive and healthy emotions bring 3 of those elements into coherence. And although they don't look at the spiritual aspect, I don't doubt that the fire element also comes into harmony. In an experiment done at the Institute, they hooked up scanners to an individual who was subjected to very chaotic emotions. For 300 seconds, they measured the respiration, heart rate variability, and blood pressure rhythm. After this time, the individual on the scanners did a technique on himself which they have dubbed the HeartMath Quick Coherence Technique, which activated a feeling of love and appreciation. Instantly, all 3 of the rhythms came into entrainment and harmony with each other, and stayed in harmony for the remainder of the experiment. One important note to stress is that cohesion is not relaxation. The process of relaxation is a low energy state in which the individual rests both body and mind, typically disengaging from cognitive and emotional processes. In contrast, Coherence is experienced as a calm and balanced, yet energized and responsive state of being that is optimal for mental acuity, focus, problem solving, and decision making, as well as the physical activity and coordination. So coherence is the natural state you want to be in all the time. You know, unless you're relaxing. You know, that's good too. So how does one get into this state of cohesion? Breathing. Your breath is intimately connected to your heart rate and your heart in general. And if you ever find yourself in a very chaotic mental state, take a few seconds to step back of what's causing the chaos and focus on your breath. Take long and deep breaths. The Institute of Heart Math doesn't put too much focus into particular breathing techniques, but they put an emphasis on using your breath as well as positive and loving emotions to bring you back into a state of cohesion. They say that it's not super necessary to put focus on your breath all the time, but it is very helpful to bring yourself out of chaos and back into alignment. From a spiritual perspective, and if you're working towards that, breath is very important. However, breath is another huge topic, and I personally recommend focusing on your breath during meditations. Focusing on breathing and your heart is a beautiful way to move into a silent space during meditation and deeper into yourself, all while sustaining the same
Wir helfen beiden.
Now, throughout ancient history, across many
Biden.
and belief systems, the heart was always considered a center of the being, the source of spiritual wisdom and insight, thought, emotion, and connection to the divine. The ancient Egyptians believed that all thought and life was done from the heart, which is why they threw away the brain after the pharaoh died, but they left the heart in the body. They felt that the being would need it in the next life, so they left it there, but the brain was useless. Western scientific thought places the heart as just a pump. However, in the last several decades, science has begun to go full circle in realizing and understanding what these ancient civilizations knew and taught. In the field of neurocardiology, scientists have discovered that the heart possesses its own intrinsic nervous system, a network of brain cells with over 40,000 neurons. This gives the heart the ability to independently sense and process information, and make decisions, even demonstrate a type of learning and memory. In a simplified sense, you can think with your heart. The heart is truly an intelligent system. The heart also has found to be a hormone gland, manufacturing and secreting numerous hormones and neurotransmitters that profoundly affect the brain and body function. Among these hormones is one called oxytocin, well known as the love or bonding hormone, bringing things together. Science is also beginning to understand that the electromagnetic field around the heart has a powerful effect on not just the human body, but others around you as well. Research has also shown that the heart is the key component of the emotional system. Science now understands that the heart not only responds to emotions, but the signals it sends out dramatically affects the quality of the emotional experience from moment to moment. And also that our heart plays a key role in accessing our intuition. In school, we've been taught that the heart is constantly responding to orders sent from the brain. But what's less commonly talked about is that the brain receives even more orders from the heart. We've been doing it backwards. Moreover, these signals have a significant effect on brain function, influencing emotional processes as well as higher cognitive faculties, such as attention, perception, memory, and problem solving. Guide yourself from your heart, not from your brain. When you allow your negative emotions to get to you, you disconnect from your ability to think clearly, remember things, learn lessons, reason, and make effective decisions, which explains why often we act impulsively and unwisely under stress. The heart's signal has a profound effect on the brain during positive and negative emotions. Live in your heart, for the heart is the center of unity consciousness, where the brain is the center of duality consciousness. You can see that right in how they're made. The brain has the two hemispheres. The heart is a place of unity. Since we fell in consciousness, we moved from heart consciousness and into our brains. And all decisions were made from the brain. In doing so, we became polarized and lost our connections to the universal consciousness called unity. This shift in consciousness we are experiencing now is a movement from the brain and back into the heart, where we will once again know and understand the universe and unconditional love for everyone and all things, regardless of who they are or what damage they've done to themselves or others. And this is why the heart is so important right now. Live in your heart. It is the gateway to the divine. The torus is a very fundamental part of nature. So fundamental, in fact, that science is now seeing that everything moves through this form in one way or another, including ourselves. Very simply, the torus is a self-organizing system that all comes together at a space of unity and expands its energy out all around itself until it returns back to that original space in the center, and will continue to do it again. In quantum physics, mathematics, and generally all forms of science, This geometry really begins to bridge the gap between understanding how sacred geometry truly is the geometry of life. This is a geometry that breathes. It has life itself.
See my home again.
Our very own hearts are the first and best examples of a toroid. The heart is where it all starts. The energy of our hearts flow outward in a toroidal fashion and are also received in toroid.
People and
This way, everything we send out in love, we are immediately affected by as a recipient. In other words, our emanation of love is a gift to yourself as much as it's a gift to the universe around you.
You can look in nature to see these shapes everywhere. It's in oranges and apples. You can see it around tornadoes. The magnetic field of the Earth is a very powerful example, as well as how the atmosphere of the planet works too. Our modern scientists haven't really taken the concept of hollow Earth very seriously, even though this concept does explain a lot of fundamental theories about the Earth to which we don't really understand, despite all of our theories. Well, the idea of hollow Earth works in the exact same way as well. It demonstrates that our planet is designed from the core as a torus. The Earth is multidimensional, so we can actually have both a hot iron core as well as a 5D hollow Earth interior as well. For those who want to learn more immediately, check out Hollow Earth HD on YouTube. Moving on, we all know the fundamental principle of the universe of as above, so below. Well, this torus is even found at the size of galaxies. Atoms even have this very geometry as well. It's quite literally everywhere. From this basic expression demonstrates how life ought to be. All of the energy that emerges from the core travels around the torus and fuels itself. It also has the ability to give to other toroidal systems, which openly practice giving and receiving. It really sets a standard for how to do things, and we can mirror this and use it in our own daily lives as well.
When you give and receive openly, you allow your energy to become toroidal. When we look at the interactions between one another, we begin to see the nature of giving and receiving. If we shift how we give and receive with others, we give ourselves an opportunity to receive feedback from what we emanate immediately. This allows for an enlightening transaction of energy between all life and allows all of our communications to resonate on that majority frequency of love. Love is not just a feeling, it's a vibration and a frequency that is connected through all things. The pure vibration that emanates around one's own heart and brings things together harmoniously is through a universal vibration we call love.
If you look at the flower of life in 2D, it may be a little hard to tell. However, in 3 dimensions, one can truly see that it too is a torus. The flower of life is all geometries, remember? The torus is yet another one of those creation patterns that emerge from this, or rather is this form. It's so important to understanding everything. Even Nikola Tesla worked with this geometry, and through it he discovered a way to access free energy for the entire planet. Well, of course, all of the corporations of the world wanted to keep charging people for energy. And between them and the US government, all of Tesla's most amazing work was destroyed. In Lesson 15, we talked a bit about this before, and now we can go deeper into it. The Institute of Heart Math, as well as Stanford University, among others, have now scientifically demonstrated that around the physical heart of your body, you have 2 toroidal fields, one inside the other, which are connected to the sacred space and the tiny space within the heart. Greg Braden has done a lot of work in explaining this to the modern world as well, and Buvalo Melchizedek has put a lot of focus into teaching that this is some of the most important information regarding physical ascension. This is part of the understanding that is truly bridging the gap between science and spirituality.
China is doing some really amazing things. They have hospitals that are completely dedicated to the work of prana and energy rather than physical bodies. In one experiment in a Chinese hospital, we see how the science of mantra is used to remove the cancer tumor of a woman in just 2.5 minutes. A mantra is a sacred sound or chant that acts as an energetic formula for prayer or meditation. Mantras allow for us to connect to our source and emanate an audible frequency that focuses our mind with the sound and thus inwardly back to the source. When chanting from the heart, these doctors allowed themselves to focus on the reality that this woman was already being healed. In this, it allows the mind to bypass the normal confines of reality, as its intention toroidally flowed in and out of the source from which reality emanates itself. For everyone who has been skeptical of the idea of self-healing through intention, this video is proof that it's not just a plausible idea, but it's very, very real. We need only understand why it works and how it works. To come from a skeptical place and try, you will only see skeptical results. To come from a pure and true space, anything is possible.
I will see my home again.
Nassim Haramein has made a documentary recently called Black Hole, which we did discuss in Lesson 18.
Sure as the tide.
He has demonstrated that the space at the center of the torus is literally the point of singularity, infinity, and the space where all consciousness truly resides. The source of the source field, and a space where all things are connected. In our modern physics, we don't really take consciousness and life into the scientific equations. Russian scientists are propelling their understandings of life to new levels, and have even begun bridging the gaps of understanding gravity. Our Western model is not built to understand gravity, and the Russians have developed models which harmonically see that gravity itself is a conscious field, an information field of love that holds things together. It's really profound, and even quantum physics is beginning to look at this in new light. Remember in Lesson 18, we talked about the vector equilibrium. This torus form and the cube octahedron go hand in hand. It is the male and female aspects of each other, and the vector equilibrium is putting the use of science to grant access to an infinite amount of energy, tapping into the space of unity of the source field, the 0 point, the field of consciousness that science now knows connects all things.
An enemy has been slain.
By understanding the torus and the nature of unity, one can really get in tune with themselves in relationship to the all.
Let's also remember that considering our universe itself and everything within it is a reflection of this toroidal pattern, we can free our minds from the perspective that anything is separate, even as the void, the black hole contains the existence of everything supposedly outside of it. This is reflected in the psychic nature of those who meditation, dive into the void of consciousness, and those also who reach a state of Godhead awareness that includes all life in unity and love.
The one is all, and the all is one. In the torus, the point of singularity, whatever consciousness is present, is the purest representation of the whole. The whole field is emerging from and returning to its original source, and all of it is conscious, and the singularity at the center is the space where it all came together and emerged out of. This can be demonstrated with the understanding of how the heart emerges in the body. If you remember from Lesson 15, the heart is the first organ to come into existence, and the rest of the body folds out of the heart itself, and then it pulls the heart into the center. The heart is truly more primal, more connected to source, and far more important than the brain. The heart is the space of love, and love of all is what will get you back into the heart and out of your brain. In order to grow and become lighter energetically, we as individuals and as society must learn to understand how to really get back into the natural flow of things. This is what the natural flow looks like, among a few other forms as well. For many, understanding the torus from a left brain perspective is needed to really get back in tune with yourself. For others, you already understand it intuitively, and you just have to go with the flow. Everything will work out well. According to the Mayans, the solstice on December 21st, 2012, precisely at 11:11 a.m. Universal Time, marks the completion of the 5,125-year trade cycle of the Mayan lunar calendar. 2012 also marks the completion of the 26,000-year precessional equinox cycle, which we discussed in Lesson 5. According to the calendars, it also signifies the end of a 144,000-year cycle, a 78,000-year cycle, and a 26 million-year cycle. The 2012 date marks the completion of this world age cycle, but it does not signify the end. Well, it kind of does. It's the end of what we know, and into a transition of something new. It is a transitional state, but it definitely does not mean this. We need to understand that the 2012 prophecies are signaling to us to wake up and realize that these times on Earth are very important. We are living in a landmark time in the history of this planet. We are collectively, as a species, approaching a crossroads that is calling out to us to participate in our fullest capacity. Let me show you a diagram to try and demonstrate just how important this is. First, this is how DNA works. See how you can basically map it out like a story? Here's the beginning, which could be seen as creation, or a start of a cycle. And then it moves outward, expanding and moving into all potential, until it reaches its peak in the middle. It stretches far out and then begins moving back towards the center, back to its source. But it will be a new space that it now exists in. Then it returns back to a center point, where it ends, or transitions into a state where it expands out once more, continuing its infinite cycle of expansion and contraction. One could also say that it moves through the chakras, moving from a low frequency to an incredibly high frequency, where it will unite and transition out once more. Now think of the human species like this, and 2012 being that point of unity where everything comes together, right before starting off again and expanding out into something new and different. This is basically what's happening right now on Earth, but there's a catch. We have absolutely no idea how we're going to expand out, because there are so many potentials with what's happening on the planet right now. Cycles are everywhere. The way in which we live our lives is made up of cycles. We have both biological cycles and technological cycles. Biological cycles exist naturally as a part of the creation process of life. And technological cycles are cycles that we have created and superimposed over top of these other cycles as a way of measuring and understanding the reality that we are a part of.
My quest beckons.
Time is a perfect example of this. It doesn't really exist on its own. It has no life of its own. It's simply a measurement of some other cycles. So you could think of it as a measuring tool, such as an hour worth of this, or I'll meet you at 6. In the past, we might have said it differently. Let's gather again at the second moon cycle. Let's get more into examples of technological cycles. Take, for example, our calendar, seconds, life cycles of video game consoles. Some of them, like our year-long calendar count, is our interpretation of a natural cycle, the Earth spiraling around the sun.
See my home again.
Others, like video game consoles, are completely based on our modern world, current technology, economy, desire, demand, and what have you. Biological cycles are nature. They happen in relationship to each other, and are much more harmonic than the cycles that we experience. They are natural. The tree doesn't think, is it time to bear fruit yet? I'm just not sure. I think I'll hold off, because I'm afraid no one's gonna eat the fruit. Right? In nature, the tree just doesn't. It knows by its inherent instructions what it's supposed to do. It's by its natural design. Other cycles in nature are like solar and lunar cycles, the 4 seasons, and bears that hibernate. Notice too, with the information from lesson 16, you could map it like this. There are smaller cycles within the larger cycles. Like our celestial cycle, we find it broken up into the 4 seasons, and inside that, we have the cycles of the rest of life on Earth, all doing their thing in relationship with each other, which are both influences and influences the larger cycle. Sometimes it may not seem like the smaller cycles have no influence on the larger cycle, but just imagine the story of what happened to the Martians on Mars in the history movie. I'm not saying that this is exactly what happened, but if the actions of the individual beings changed the evolution of the planet that ultimately ended up in the destruction of the planet, well, that would be the smaller cycles influencing the larger cycles. You know, it's just an idea. We also have our body, such as breath, drinking water or liquid, and eating food. These cycles are a lot harder to map out, so we are the ones who decide when we eat, what we eat, and how much we eat. But it actually does create effects on us throughout our day. Once again, those smaller cycles have an effect on our larger day-to-day cycles. Interesting. Our interactions with the core elements of constant cycles. Fire, this is happening all the time, more frequently than breath, drink, and food.
We're all tied to the ocean.
You can see how these cycles become more dense and happen less often. You breathe more than you eat. Air is less dense than solid food. And so it stands to reason that a dense cycle has a longer duration. As you breathe in, you ride the sine wave up. And as you breathe out, you drop the sine wave back
I'll
down.
find my path.
As you go about your day, every hour, minute, and second, you are breathing. And if you created a healthy breathing cycle, then the other cycles you're experiencing, the larger cycles, would become more harmonic naturally.
Counting on me.
If you change the cycle of your breathing, if you alter it to accommodate technological cycles, such as pollution and obesity, then once again the result is a cycle that is less harmonic with the natural order of things. Some call this dis-ease, the opposite of a natural cycle, which flows with ease. Of course, you can always correct a cycle that is in disease. Sure, it may take some time, but enough steps in the direction of a natural cycle do eventually get you back in the flow. If you start your day in a healthy way, at the start of the morning, then the rest of the day will flow that much more harmoniously. If you wake up with the sun, you ride the wave of the entire day and are more in tune with the day itself. This was a hard one for me to get and put into practice, because I always used to love sleeping until noon. If you think about it, there are different things adapted for different parts of the day. Cats can see in the dark, so it makes sense that they're night animals. I have trouble seeing in the dark without superimposing a technological cycle over top of it. So maybe I should be sleeping. What I mean is lights and night goblins. Artificial light is a cycle of electricity, a technological cycle. There are positive and negative swings in the cycles. What I mean when I say positive and negative is the presence of something and the presence of the opposite of that thing. Such as with a magnet, you have a positive and a negative. one is pulling and one is pushing. Plus or minus, male and female. A lot of people think that negative means bad and positive means good, and that's not always the case. We're actually going to touch on that closer to the end of the series. A better way to look at it is male and female. Positive is male and negative is female. And don't get caught up on that positive is good and negative is bad. Women are wonderful, and in fact, in gender, everyone has both male and female energy, not just one or the other. It is the essence of giving and receiving. The best example I can give you is night and day. It's that simple.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
When we don't allow the cycles to flow in their natural order, we often create things that feel uncomfortable over and over. Sometimes we call it things we don't want. It's actually a sort of short circuit in the cycle, or a loop. The positive looping back on itself, or the negative looping back on itself. It's not supposed to be a loop. There needs to be a crossing over of the male and female energy. That's what creates the infinity, the oneness that we've all been dreaming about. Now, of course, we've also made the connection before between what we have described as cycles, this form, and the structure of DNA. This is the instruction set for the building blocks that make up our being. As we increase our awareness of these instructions and understanding, we can transcend our 3D perspective of reality and shift into an awareness of the interconnected causality of all of the planes of existence. There's a little trick here though. Understanding and awareness are not necessarily the same thing. Just as the tree does what it does without needing to understand, without a brain, so to speak. Understanding is not required for the instructions to be followed. That simply means that sometimes the brain just gets in the way of the natural flow of the cycles, the natural knowing that comes through your heart. On that topic, I have something important to share. There's a lot of people who like to talk about life from this new age perspective that everything is just love and light all the time, and that if we just think happily, even when things aren't going very well, we'll be fine. In fact, I realize how I might have even propagated that idea in earlier lessons, and flat out said it. Now, this idea isn't wrong. It is, however, only half of the equation, half of the cycle. And if you recall, without the other half of the cycle, we have a loop. Think of it like a flowing river.
Was zeigt seinen Kindern? Was zeigt was? Zeigt seinen Kindern?
Other side becomes drowned in a loop which gets bigger and bigger until eventually it must break.
Aus welchem Land?
Yes, we should strive to create a life for ourselves and each other that is filled with love, joy, and excitement.
Ich danke deinem
If it's not
Mann.
going very well, recognize if it's a part of the natural flow, or if somewhere along the way you got caught in the loop. If we lie to ourselves and pretend that the loop is the flow,
Welchem Mann
even when
gibt
it's
sie
not,
Blumen?
it limits our ability to create a real transmutation of it, and create something new in its place, going with the flow. You understand what I'm saying? Let me say it in a different way just to make sure, because this is incredibly important. Sometimes things go well, and sometimes things go poorly. It's not always your fault, but you are always a factor in the cause, and influence in the cycle. If you can account for the cycle, meaning take account of it, be aware of it, you can choose to actively respond or be responsive and have a stable response to it. That's what being a creator is all about. I know I just said positive and negative are not good and bad. In this example, I'm going to use good and bad in place of positive and negative. By good and bad, I mean things that feel really good and things we do want, and things that feel really bad and things we don't want. Just go with it. I know it might be a little confusing. Sometimes, things feel really good and you're on the top of the wave. In this space, it's easy to ride the wave and feel good and be a creator. When you're on the bottom of the wave, if things are not excellent, sometimes it just feels easier to go to that fourth dimensional space and say, everything is perfect and in divine order. This is true from a 4D perspective. It is perfect and in divine order because it exists and is in this moment. And as it's manifesting in 3D, it is not excellent. It could be excellent, but it takes time, effort, and focused energy to transmute and change it into something that is excellent. What we need to practice is taking that positive flowing energy, and instead of looping itself back on itself, is flow with it through the negative energy in order to create transmutation into what's next. When we say that things are perfect and in divine order, we ignore the waves or even create them as a justification to dam up the river of good feelings, we actually inhibit the flow that leads to the next. That limits our ability to take action, and ultimately, what we're left with is a poo sandwich. Here's the analogy. Say I'm making you a delicious sandwich, and you've got bread, tomatoes, avocado, chives, maybe some peppers, and a roasted portobello mushroom. That is an excellent sandwich, right? Now, say I just put a big dollop of poo right on the top. Do you still want it? Can anyone honestly say that they would still want this sandwich? It's perfect and in divine order, right? Right, but it's certainly not excellent. And I don't care how delicious the other ingredients are. If there's poo on this sandwich, it's a poo sandwich. It doesn't matter how fresh the rest of the
Welcome to Moldova,
It's not
where the
something you
old
want to
meets
eat.
new in
The
surprising
moral
ways.
of this story
Moldova's
is that if
beautiful.
there's
I think it's
poop
time
on
for a
your
change. I
farm,
want to slow down,
there's
focus on
something
my
in your
life.
Becky wants a house to raise a family.
just sit there and let it go.
I like it.
Find out what it is.
I like it.
Try it the way it is. And then take some action
serious?
to turn it into something you actually truly want.
What?
In that process,
She actually
in
bought that
outcome,
place? What could you have
you can
possibly
really
done
create
with it in
some
6
powerful
months?
changes.
That's what we're here to find out.
Everyone can come from that space.
These people are upset that you have food.
Because no matter how you slice
Oh my God, Greg, look, it's your mom.
You are mean.
oil rig, and this entire way of life you've made just doesn't work.
How do
And I
I
think I
say
can speak for all of us
Rajit
when I say that there's some
Magic water!
Live and die by the
themselves in the
blade.
world around us.
So no, it's definitely not okay.
Let's just do our jobs and get out of here
travel,
quickly.
and the infinity of possibilities that come
Your
along
house
with
looks great.
Thank you. It's all in
Calm down.
Check out this painting I found on DeviantArt by the brilliant artist Adrian King.
They've been here since this
This is
morning.
his depiction of the miraculous conception of creation and human history.
Get out of here
It
before they
starts
go
at
all
unity,
deliverance
a
on our
sphere,
asses.
which Lucius conceived element, duality,
Many
then a
years ago,
trinity.
it happened.
Then, as the four elements come into manifestation, you get physical reality, crystal form, and water
Why
layers
is
over
this
top.
happening?
All of these previous elements were conscious of their own,
Who is to
but now
blame?
biological life becomes
People
enveloped
start
in
to
water.
die.
We go through a few stages of evolution. Dinosaurs, basic and then humans. A lot of ideas as to where we
We shouldn't have come back here.
happens. Buddha becomes enlightened underneath the Bodhi tree, and then something shifts.
This must be the worst house in Moldova.
Oh my God.
Could somebody please explain that we are Americans?
From this point to here is where we are now.
He's an action star for this
Disconnected
generation
from our own
that is
natural
quickly
spiral,
taking his place
paving
at
over the
top
ground,
of the heap.
killing people for telling us that being materialistic can heed nothing good. Then
Welcome
come
to
the world wars,
WatchMojo.com,
and the
today we're
world falls into
counting down
chaos.
Our picks for the top 10
And
Tom
then something
Hardy
shifts again.
performances.
From the destroyed world, another seed grows. We switch into a different reality. It starts out small. From out of the chaos,
For
a
this list,
tiny
we're taking a
new
look at
Earth
those
emerges
performances that
and
show
grows
off
larger.
this actor at his
This
finest
is the
or
new
most
Earth,
memorable.
a new realm of light and purity that we were meant to be connected with all along. The planet continues to evolve. Here exist angels, archangels, and multidimensional hypercubes. The planet becomes more crystalline over time. The last part of the spiral is the
There
seventh
aren't that many
dimension
gay
and the realm of
characters in the
God,
crime film
an
genre.
infinite number of
A few
multiverses
notable
dividing like
exceptions
cells
aside,
in
of
an
course,
embryo.
and we
An
sincerely hope
ultimate
that those behind
omnipresence
the
as
genre see
everything that
this
is
film and
contained
see
in
what an
all of these
oversight it
multiverses
is in
is a
cinema
part of
history.
God's consciousness. A snake biting its own tail, an
Playing it.
Ouroboros, is the symbol of cyclic rebirth, like the phoenix. All of the information contained in the seventh dimension is held in the net of the next cosmic age. There are a few other ideas that come to mind that I want to share as well. First, look at the shape of it as a whole. The geometry of DNA and light that we've been looking at. If you line that up with the chakras, you can see how we go from a super dense space up to the highest frequency, until we once again connect with the same source that we were originally connected to. Doesn't that look familiar on the Flower of Life? If these theories about the Flower of Life are true, then that means this entire experience of human history, ascension, and growth and evolution is just one wave of energy from one point to another on an infinite universe of possibilities. Each point is the supreme awareness of some aspect of the God Source consciousness field. And the energy that moves between it is the vibrations and waves of energy that we are experiencing, called the electromagnetic field. As much smaller fractals of the same source energy have experiences through these waves. This image also doesn't account for the number of parallel realities that we could experience at this point. If the Flower of Life expands in these directions, then this is just one direction. Maybe instead of total destruction, which is what this image depicts, instead, this spiral and join our galactic family. On this wave, maybe something else happens. Like, we start getting superpowers, like in Heroes or something. Maybe all of that can happen right here too. Now, regardless of all of the potential applies in your life. Every day you live. However, 7 small spirals are not and several weeks to create a month. You can map that into not for transition to a new level of life. This is such an As mentioned earlier, we cannot know what's going to happen, and I'm not going to tell you that it's going to be
Welchem Mann gibt sie Blumen? Die Tasche gehört dieser Frau. Er gibt seinem Hund Wasser. Sie geben ihren Kindern Schokolade. Welcher Frau gehört die Tasche? Wir geben diesem Mann einen Apfel. Ich gebe Ihrem Hund einen Apfel. Wann gibst du Ihrer Mutter das Rezept? Und was sage ich Ihnen? Was? Sage Ihnen. Wie geht es deiner Großmutter? Ich gebe Ihnen einen Tee. Sie sind aus vielen Familien. Die Orange gehört uns beiden. Gehört uns beiden. Aus welchem Land?
They will fear the wild.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
On the prowl. You call this civilized? Let me show you the way. I will guide you. You cannot hate me, Summoner. Instinct guides my steps. Let me. I will guide you. Instinct got it. Claw or spear, your end's the same. You cannot hate me, summoner. You call this civilized? You call this civilized? On the prowl.
You have slain an enemy. Executed.
You cannot cage me.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Let me show you the way.
Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Me, summoner.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I will guide you. Instinct guides my steps.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You call this civilized?
An ally has been slain.
On the prowl.
Has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Instinct guides my steps. You call this silly?
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
will guide you. Cannot cage me somehow.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your turret has been destroyed. has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Legendary. Slain.
Cannot kill me, summoner.
Shut down. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. An ally has been slain.
Ich gebe vielen Enten Brot. Ich gebe vielen Enten Brot. Sagst du es deinem Bruder? Sagst. Du deinem es sagst.
Rules are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people. Tactical
Hilft seinem Hund. Seinem.
Lady Luck is smiling. This'll be a slaughter.
Die Tasche gehört dieser Frau. Tasche.
I long for a worthy opponent. I decide what
Everybody dies. Some just need a little help.
Ich danke ihr. Sie folgt mir. Folgt. Ich folge dir. Folge.
Or that, because I don't know either. We will change the outcome.
Die Herren folgen den Damen.
What's going to happen? You decide. In Lesson 1, we discussed how you create your own reality. Many people argued that it didn't make sense. When others influence your life from out of the blue. What we didn't discuss, but probably should have, is that we are a collective. We are one species. You create your own reality, but we are all co-creating our realities together, on a much broader scale. Think of an ant colony. Each individual ant decides where they want to go, what food they want to collect, and how they want to do it. But collectively, they are all working together to gather food for everyone, and do what is necessary for the group, whether it be digging tunnels or gathering leaves. Humans are like that. Except our mentality of do what's best for everyone is replaced with get enough money to survive, don't worry about the starving people on the street, help giant entities known as businesses take more money from the people, and don't question what's going on. We're doing it to ourselves, and we're doing it together. Together is the key word here. Together, we can break through barriers. Together, we can absolutely change the world, but we can only do it together, not individually. Individually, we can change our own individual world, which
flopping around. Ew. We are all tied to the ocean. They're puddle monsters at best. Feet are strange. There's always another way. Ride upon the waves. I will see my people and their air.
An ally has been slain.
Sure as the
An ally has been slain.
Ew, whale breath. Feet are strange. We are all tied to the ocean. My quest beckons. Ride upon the waves. There's always another wave. I still hear the song of the sea.
An ally has been slain.
Quit flopping around. I will see my home again. always another wave. I will see my home again. Swim against the current. People are counting on me. These are strange. Ride upon the waves. Quit flopping around. We are all tied to the ocean. I still hear the song of the sea. My quest beckons. Sure as the tides. I'll have that. We are all tied to the ocean. My people are counting on me. Swim against the current. Quit flopping around. I will see my home again.
An ally has been slain.
Ew, whale breath.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
There's always another race.
Not so fast!
Lead us.
Enemy killing spree.
I still hear the song of the sea.
Not good there.
Sure as the tides. Quit flopping around.
Enemy killing spree. Slain.
I will see my
Your
home
turret
again.
has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
There's always another way.
Enemy rampage.
Ride upon the wave.
Slain. An enemy is unstoppable. You have been slain.
We are all tied to the ocean. I still hear the song of the sea.
Spree.
Ew, whale breath. I'll find I will see my home again. I still hear the song of the sea. Pure as the
Enemy triple kill. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill.
ride upon the waves. Another wave.
Today we're going to talk about matter. Matter in particular is very interesting to me because it's something that so far in all of our
Swim
scientific
against
fields,
the current.
we still haven't quite pinned down. When something is created at a level of simplicity and actively created. The best way I can describe it. Can you guess which organ it is?
We are all
Skin.
tied to the ocean.
Has been slain.
When that transformation takes place, the two become one. It's something new and higher. All of this is energy all at once. The singularity presents in squares. Singularities and non-squares go hand in hand. Consider that as energy into the toroidal from the outside. Likewise, you can see the singularity when it
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's almost as if there's a both fundamental principles like as above, so below, which operate like a parallel universe. The fun part is that we have access to engage with both of them simultaneously. It's not hard to work out. energetic properties of matter, where your own imagination can thrive. These planes are infinitely.
Your turret has been destroyed.
There's always another way.
In the relationship.
Still hear the song
Every
of the
atom
sea.
has a singularity, regardless of its part
An ally has been slain.
puts it all into perspective.
Your turret has been destroyed.
And the way that they couple together with each other.
Rampage.
One way, it has a different effect than when it's
Sure as the tides.
Then, when they come together, they create a new form which is both of the previous two, and neither all at the same time. Two coming together to create something new entirely. Toroidal fields must be able to come together at any angle, as you can see by just looking at the flower of life. For example, in coming together side by side to create the Vesica Pisces, they create a new singularity in the middle, a blending of matter and energy between the two.
My
If
people
this
are
is the
counting
creation
on
of a
me.
new singularity, what that would mean is a new wormhole, so to speak, for matter to translate into
Enemy killing
for energy to
spree.
translate into matter. If matter cannot be created nor destroyed, then it must
Ride upon the wave. People and their
create and such as a star. There are also things that receive light as their primary function, like a black hole. Finally, there are
flip-flopping around.
They're erupting with light as well as absorbing. That at the edge of the singularity, one of the first things that is coming into existence, both in the material and the energetic world, is light. Or rather, the fundamental quality of light. The spectrum that light is on is much more vast.
swim against the current.
On the visible spectrum, it must change, and so it goes through the singularity and changes geometry.
Ride upon the wave.
Transition between those in your brain. In order to enter that world, we have to take a look at ourselves.
People and their
Both
air.
of these worlds are planes. With our physical bodies, we can interact with the physical world. And through our thoughts and emotions, we interact with the world of energy. Engagement with the internal and the external happen
Feet are
simultaneously.
strange.
When you see something external, you feel or think about it internally. They mirror each other. Likewise, when you feel something, that feeling happens on both an energetic level and waves of and the feeling is the energetic representation.
My people are counting on me.
It is literally a four elements of consciousness right new singularity completely. One that has the meaning. In the first place, people often ask me, as the embryo grows and continues to evolve and develops organs and body parts, more and more of that new consciousness is able to grow and thrive as well. And externally is limited to very small. It develops a heart and a brain and a plane. Suddenly, a developed human
My
consciousness.
quest beckons.
For example, the moment the pineal gland comes into manifestation is certainly important in that human's early life. But wouldn't this still be basis consciousness before that? Always be open to exploring new ideas and possibilities, and really testing them if they're true. Okay,
I want to put all this stuff together and share with you a really profound realization. The first form created at conception was not the heart, but skin.
Your turret has been destroyed.
This is a physical demonstration of the squaring of the circle and the circling of the square. You might remember the basis of the Merkaba and the cube. Then the block with an organ in the center. More and more organs. This is like creating a fine ratio.
Quit flopping around.
Doesn't stop. You don't stop growing emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually until you die. And even when you die,
not so fast.
Something new.
We are all tied to the
What that
ocean.
means is that so much more.
Pure as the tides.
Astronomically, Mars retrograde occurs approximately every 2 years and 2 months, when, for about 60 to 80 days, Mars travels in reverse motion towards the backdrop of the star. Now, don't
Quit
worry,
flopping
it doesn't
around.
literally move backwards, but it does appear to do so from our point of view. This time around, Mars' backwards motion started on March 1st, and it will continue to move.
We are all tied to the ocean.
Now, on the other side of it, astrologically, Mars symbolizes no surprise.
Hold it, partner.
Regardless if it's true or not, there is some connection between those 2 points. During the retrograde period, however, the Mars energy is too and does not work in a direct
hear
or
the song of
forthright
the
manner.
sea.
Male energy gets a duress. For those who like to do things in a big, bold, bright manner, this is an opportunity to try a more subtle,
Swim against the
gentle
current.
approach to the way in which we typically do things. Mars retrograde is a period for reworking a project rather than this is time to evaluate how you are directing your efforts.
My
Are you
quest
procrastinating?
beckons.
What makes you feel energized? How are you handling it? Now, how does the astrological information relate to the astronomical information? In my understanding, it's essentially like the relationship between our perception of Mars is different than it was before for a short period of time. If you fractal that down,
Ride upon the waves.
the male energy in your spirit is different from the various relationships you have with everyone around you, including yourself. Just really, at its core, all of this means and that's the basics of Mars.
There's always another way.
Oh, by the way, one final thing. I'm going to go over there right now.
Real breath.
An ally has been slain.
In continuing what we talked about previously,
We are all
breaks some
tied
gaps
to the
with
ocean.
previous topics about life. In the beginning, we talked about spiritual that is everywhere and encompasses all things, from which all things come.
There's always another way.
I want to explore what source energy is. Understanding in the dimension. More importantly, what does it mean to you? We know
swim against
All
the
of the
current.
food, the light bouncing around, the animals, the people, the trees and the plants, even the furniture. It's all energy. Some of it is means an essence of life flows through it and compels it to grow. I know that essence of life is a little vague. You know, it's hard to describe even for me. Delving into that ultimate
Ride
question,
upon the waves.
what is a soul? There is still no concrete answers to this question. Despite this, I'd like to not throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I'm going to what I've come to know based on my research
Sure
and life
as the
experience on this
tides.
topic. And I'm very interested in exploring from both that spirit or life is what can create a couch. It cannot create life. The person likewise is also a creator. To birth a new life into this world. So what this means is that we are all creations, and we are all creators. We can create
My
both
people are
living
counting
and
on me.
non-living things. So what does this have to do with source energy? When we're talking about try and be real epic with the first dimension.
Let the seas unfold.
We need to go out into the mystical, magical universe, but the world has to grow right here, right now. First of all, let's define what is source energy. The modern definition of source is
has destroyed a turret.
thing from which something comes or can be obtained. Even older before that, the etymology of source is support or base, which comes from the old French
I
word
still
which
hear
meant
the song of the sea.
described as the fountainhead of a river or stream. So when we ask the question, what is source energy? We get to take a look and see all of the fractaling layers of where something comes from. In this case, us. As Carl Sagan said,
if you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. Thank you very much.
at the largest scale of our source, we indeed have the whole universe. The
My
source field
quest
of energy that
beckons.
brought about galaxies.
Enemy rampage.
Yeah,
We are all tied to the ocean.
on a level beneath that, we have our sun, a source of life on this planet, shining its life, keeping us warm, and giving us the energy that the Earth absolutely needs in order to
My quest beckons.
is required.
There's always another way.
If only because we don't really think of it. The source of the food we eat comes from plants.
Counting on
Because the fact of the matter is, humans eat a lot of it, whether it's just or not. The source of the water we drink from lakes, rivers, and streams. A large source of our electricity comes from our
I will see my home again.
splitting of atoms. That's something that I think
An enemy has been slain.
you see that you too are a source of energy.
Need our
What kind of energy? Creative?
Slain.
You are as influential on me as I am.
Well, I'm
destroyed.
We are all the source itself. At the grandest level, we are a part of this whole majestic universe. And at a very relatable level, we are all physically the source for each other's growth, transformation, and even entertainment.
People in their area.
An enemy has been slain. Unstoppable.
Now the molecule is a fundamental block of life. But then, new discoveries revealed that it wasn't the molecules were made of
I'll
atoms.
find my path.
Now the atom was the smallest called string theory, which is like vibrating nucleus, smaller than all that other stuff. Okay, it really does change. It makes me smile. Anything we know for sure, it ought to be that there's always going to be something more, or less, as the case may be. With all of our mathematics, brilliant
People in their
scientists,
air.
and ever-evolving understanding, we can look and look forever, but we won't be finding a bottom anytime soon. So, why are we looking? What is science for? Is it just to
We are all
Why does it even
tied
matter?
to the ocean.
Perhaps it's because our level of control over it. Which I suppose is a very good thing. You, everything. Its smallest building blocks. All of us, at some level,
I will
are
see
searching
my
for
home again.
that one thing that will just allow us to create our own self-sustained ball of light. That one thing that connects everything. What if we could know that?
There's always another way.
Life in everything. Would it change our He said that science is something that anyone can understand. Anyone can make things complicated and complex. But who can do to make
I'll
something
find
simple?
my path.
When you research on Wikipedia, you find pages upon pages with bajillions of words describing these crazy formulas revealing the secrets of the universe. Everything we know in modern science.
Ride upon the
seeing
waves.
these pages, it led me to ask a whole number of questions about what I was looking at. Questions like, why do what is particle physics? Why is it relevant to me? Why is it that for the average Joe, these ideas about existence and reality are so hard to understand? Do scientists make them overly complex for a reason? Why are we having trouble following Einstein's brilliant words about simplicity? Is there a way that we can use sacred geometry to explain and simplify these ideas in a way that works? And most importantly, how can I use this information in a way to grow as a person? I don't just want to build up beliefs about these topics, I want to expand my ability to create with them. And how do we do that? Where do we start? Well, let's start at the beginning. It's theorized across the board, from creation myths, the basic geometry of the flower of life, and even in the Big Bang Theory, that light is among the first things created at the beginning of everything. So exploring and discovering how light works would be a fundamental piece to understanding everything. Let's take a look at they may help us crack particle physics is the study of the basic building blocks of matter and the forces they exert on each other. In particle physics, scientists are trying to find one thing that creates the phenomenon that they are observing. It is very closely related to quantum physics, which is used
Is respawning soon.
Scientists in this explore it.
There's always another way.
Black hole to see this happen. Particles. What that means is that we don't really know what has destroyed not even particles. They would be disrupted. There's kind of a broken light and other particles that move at the speed of known as the speed of massive particles. For 99,792,150. What we know in the field of science is that there's something that translates these particles from one side of the equation to the other, from the world of no mass and into the world of mass. If you ask the scientist this question, it would tell you that it's the Higgs field, the ever-permeating field that gives things mass. In essence, light-speed particles pass through the Higgs field and slow down, and gain a property of mass.
The enemy supporter is respawning soon.
Created upon the light-speed particle merging with the Higgs field. According to our formula, this boson, this particle, is supposed to come out with it. This is an important
Northwest.
What is it? I want to take shape of light. What if we could actually define what the structure of light and things work? Even more interesting, what if light was a geometric solid, and there was no difference between the geometry of light and the simplest particle? What if mass and no mass was not just about the speed that it traveled, but also maybe the speed of the information that was carried in the form. And the more information it holds, the denser it becomes. I have a few examples to demonstrate what I'm talking about. The first is water vapor. I know that it's not a light speed particle, but perhaps they have the same properties. See, water has a heavy density, but when it heats up, it translates into vapor and rises into the air. It takes an energy into another dimension form, and it merges together with itself to become clouds. As the clouds become packed denser and denser with so much
Feet are
information packed within them, eventually they have no choice but to release, and all of the water comes pouring down. It's changing from a high-speed particle into a denser one, based on the density within the droplet, as well as the speed that it was traveling. Now, I recognize that the particle I was describing particle. But if we can take that idea and apply it to light, it seems to work in a very similar way. Let's think about photosynthesis. Uses it to create something with mass, merging them with water and other plant matter to create sugars and other nutrients. In addition to supporting the theory of light being a solid and holding information and even mass, doesn't that also seem to fit the model of the Higgs boson too? I could be wrong, it's just an idea. If light is a solid, it can be both a wave and a particle simultaneously. If light is a solid, it can have both density or nothing inside it at all. And if light is a solid, well, what could it look like? What my friends and I have come up with is a combination of three forms, the three simplest shapes in existence. And as you look at it, ask yourself, can we simplify it further? Light is composed of two primary forces. We call these electricity and magnetism, thus electromagnetic waves and radiation. Electricity is particles and magnetism is waves. Remember everything we've talked about with male and female energy? Electricity is male, magnetics are female, curves and points, both of which are found on this shape. Looking at the flower of life, which is the blueprints for life and reality itself, you can see that's exactly how it works. You have male energy, the particles, the dots, and female energy, the waves, the curves. Now, you might notice inside the flower of life, there are two ways you can look at it. You can see the circles, lots and lots of circles, that make up the whole image. This is the female perspective. You can also choose to see this little shape that looks like a seed, which makes up the entire picture from these seeds aligning themselves perfectly with each other in beautiful six-fold symmetry. This is the male perspective. This seed is called the Trion Ray, as coined by the man who founded it, Michael Evans. He is a man who has given a large part of his life to exploring sacred geometry and quantum physics. And quite honestly, his discoveries are evolutionary. The flower of life in two dimensions is a flat 2D representation of the way that the universe fits together in higher frequencies and higher dimensions. Michael saw this and asked a big question. If this is the universe from a 2D perspective, what would it look like in 3? So he began modeling and molding three-dimensional flower of lives together and discovered some pretty remarkable things. Everything has breath, everything breathes, and everything lives. And so at a level of basic geometry of particle physics, we too must have breath. He found that every geometry we think we know of is a static and fixed perspective of what it really is. Tetrahedron? How about a tetrene and a tetrex? An inhale and an exhale of this basic form. Icosahedron? Here's an icosatrene and an icosatrex. He developed breathing models for all of the platonic solids, and then he found a new solid, one that hadn't been discovered before. Energy never travels in straight lines. It always moves in curves. By incorporating curves into the basic geometry of platonic solids, you actually discover much simpler particles that before we never knew existed. And so we come back to these
wahre Schönheit?
The first one, as you know,
Ist es ein Moment in der Zeit, der dich innehalten lässt? Manche suchen ihr Leben lang danach. Doch wenn du dein Herz öffnest,
Die Herren
wirst du zu
folgen
einem
den
Ort
Damen.
sein, an dem wahre Schönheit.
Die Herren folgen den Damen.
Etwas ist, was du so
Die
noch nie
Herren
gesehen hast.
folgen
Denn wenn
den
Südafrika dich
Damen.
packt, wird sich
Ich danke unserem Kind. Meinem Hund geht es gut. Aus unserem Garten. Unserem Garten.
Bună seara tuturor,
Wie geht es meiner Großmutter?
că sunteți alături de noi. Eurovision, doamnelor, domnilor, este un eveniment care creează punți. Punți între oameni, punți între artiști, punți între țări. Ce frumos exemplu altul decât România și Republica Moldova. Ana Smolinski, prietena noastră de peste Prut, este în această seară alături de noi.
Bună seara, Ovidiu!
Ne
Bună
face
seara,
deosebită
doamnelor și
plăcere să te
domnilor!
avem aici la Baia Mare, la Eurovision.
Eu vă mulțumesc pentru invitație. De altfel, nu-mi vine să cred că mă aflu într-o sală a sporturilor. Arată ca o sală de concerte veritabilă. 150 de metri pătrați de ecrane video, 200 de lumini LED, asta promitea organizatorii și, într-adevăr, arată incendiar. Primii spectatori au și ajuns.
E o desfășurare impresionantă de forțe pentru că acest eveniment, care trebuie să recunoaștem este cea mai importantă transmisie live non-sportivă din lume, este cea mai urmărită la ora actuală, să iasă așa cum se cuvine unui eveniment de o asemenea învergură.
Vorbeai tu despre punți. 12 puncte pentru Moldova, 12 puncte pentru România. Ne-am și obișnuit cu această frază, nu? Sunt sigură că și în acest an la Stockholm ne vom susține reciproc. Foarte mulți artiști din Moldova de altfel le recunosc. Da, își oferă votul pentru România.
Iar asta este extraordinar, pentru că dincolo de organizarea unui concurs, de aceste simple puncte, cifrele spun și altceva.
Ai mare dreptate și să sperăm că va fi frumos și în acest an, dar deocamdată să rămânem aici, în sala polivalentă a sporturilor, la Scărpana, și să vedem dacă și concurenții au ajuns aici, da?
Concurenții au ajuns aici, spun cu siguranță, pentru că deja se pregătesc de acest show, au avut loc repetiții. Cred că ar fi foarte interesant să le arătăm telespectatorilor noștri ce s-a întâmplat în drumul lor până să ajungă la Baia Mare. Haideți să urmărim un material, după care revenim aici în platoul din Sala Sporturilor din Baia Mare. Ediție specială continuă la TVR. Am revenit, doamnelor, domnilor, în platoul amenajat aici, în Sala Sporturilor din Baia Mare, unde are loc, vă reamintesc, selecția națională Eurovision 2016. Vom discuta chiar acum cu Iuliana Maciuc, producător general al acestui show, care ne va spune, printre altele, și cum se simte un producător, un organizator, cu foarte puțin timp înainte ca acesta să înceapă. Bună seara, Iuliana!
Bună seara! Bună seara, dragi colegi! Bună seara, minunată prezentatoare din Moldova! Mă simt extraordinar pentru că m-am încărcat cu emoția concurenților. Emoția concurenților, celor 12 concurenți, generația Eurovision, pentru că și ei, la rândul lor, s-au încărcat cu emoție atunci când, acum câteva ore, au repetat pe această scenă show-ul din această seară. Și vă pot dezvălui ceva ce telespectatorii vor vedea la ora 20:30 dacă vor rămâne pe TVR1 și sunt sigur că o vor face. Show-ul din această seară debutează cu un medley cu cele mai reprezentative piese pe care România le-a avut de-a lungul anilor la Eurovision, interpretate de toți concurenții de pe scenă. Va fi o lecție de prietenie, de emoție, o lecție foarte frumos pusă muzical cumva în scenă de regizorul Pokorski, care în fiecare an, Mihai, a fost alături de Eurovision. Lui aparține și genericul muzical pe care îl veți vedea și în care veți vedea imagini cu această zonă superbă în care noi ne aflăm acum, Baia Mare. Și bineînțeles că le mulțumim reprezentanților municipiului Baia Mare care au fost alături de noi în acest an, fără de care show-ul din acest an, show-ul de astăzi și cel de duminică, nu ar fi putut avea loc.
Iuliana, vreau să spun că noi de aici, de sus, te vedem și vedem că ai un tricou foarte interesant, care sunt convins că are o poveste aparte, pe care te rog frumos să o împărtășești cu noi.
Are o poveste. Acest tricou are povestea drumului nostru către Stockholm, nu? Cam așa se intitulează și emisiunea noastră.
Iar acest drum trece anul ăsta și prin Baia Mare.
Prin Baia Mare și pentru asta felicitări vouă tuturor și felicitări acestui public minunat care de la această oră, iată, a intrat în sala și umple sala sportului. Da, este emblema Eurovizionului, selecției internaționale Eurovision din această seară, pictată manual de un creator din București, de Dona Chiros, special pentru echipa TVR-ului și îl voi purta foarte mândră și la Stockholm, împreună, bineînțeles, cu reprezentantul pe care duminică publicul, prin votul publicului, îl va alege. Pentru că dacă astăzi voturile se împart cumva între juriu și public, duminică votul decisiv aparține publicului.
Să sperăm că publicul va face o alegere bună și că vom fi reprezentați cu cinste la Stockholm, delegație din care faci și tu parte. Este o desfășurare impresionantă de forțe aici și ceea ce am văzut și zilele trecute, pregătiri în forță pentru ca acest eveniment din această seară, precum și finala de duminică, să strălucească până la urmă. Da. Sunt foarte mulți oameni, spuneai și aseară, care lucrează pentru acest concert. Da, sunt peste 100 de oameni care lucrează cam de 2 luni. Această muncă a noastră, o muncă de echipă, se finalizează, iată, astăzi. Nici nu vine să cred că după 2 luni de zile am ajuns la ziua de astăzi. Juriul va sosi peste câteva minute în sală. Este pentru prima dată când juriul comentează la cald, după fiecare piesă pe care o va vedea pe scenă, prestația concurenților. Fiecare dintre ei va răspunde cumva de un anumit subiect. Și asta probabil vă va spune mai mult Randy, unul dintre membrii juriului din acest an, pentru că apoi clasamentul pe care ei îl fac să ducă în finala de duminică 4 piese. Primele 4 piese în clasamentul juriului vor intra în finala de duminică. Iar apoi cele 8 piese vor fi supuse la televot, un televot deschis pentru 20 de minute, în jurul orei 23:30. În acest fel, la televot se mai salvează 2 piese. Și uite așa, avem cele 6 piese pe care duminică le votează numai publicul. Publicul care va avea posibilitatea să voteze duminică timp de 60 de minute. Iuliana, îți mulțumim foarte mult pentru că ne-ai dat aceste informații, te lăsăm pentru că precis ai foarte multă treabă acum când...
Ceva trebuie să se mai întâmple în culise, numai că noi ne place să spunem aici la Baia Mare, nu avem probleme. Când vine cineva și spune am opr și te oprește pentru că i-am învățat să spun așa, avem ceva de rezolvat și noi sigur vom rezolva.
Așadar, pentru soluții constructive îți dorim mult succes în continuare.
I got this lottery ticket. I'm waiting for my mom right now. I'm actually blind. I was wanting to see if this was a winner. Can you confirm it for me?
Mulțumim foarte mult, Iuliana. Noi, doamnelor, domnilor, revenim în platoul amenajat aici. După cum cred că vedeți, sala încet se umple, iar lângă noi a sosit o persoană importantă.
I won $500
Bună seara, ați venit.
Oh, wow, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Hey, sir, I just wanted to help you out, man. I'm actually not blind. Hey, I just wanted to help you out.
Niciodată nu aș putea spune dacă nu știam că e o
How long has it been since you ate?
Și astăzi o facem într-un fel cadou tuturor românilor.
Have a great day, okay?
Locul de unde astăzi vibrează România. Și e foarte important pentru noi că putem aici în Baia Mare să arătăm că suntem alături de toți românii în a referi imaginea României.
Cu adevărat, s-au făcut și investiții enorme și nu mă refer doar la bani, dar mă refer la munca oamenilor. Cum credeți?
Wow, it's a $500 winner.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow.
41 yes. You won $500, dude.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just take it to the store, you can cash it in.
I'm actually not blind. I wanted to give you $10 just for being so honest and generous.
Oh, well,
Thank you so much.
Fiecare dintre ei. În al doilea rând, partea de scenotehnică Și aici vreau să le mulțumesc și specialiștilor de la TVR și celor pe care i-am cooptat în echipă. Și în al treilea rând, și nu în ultimul rând, publicul. Publicul și el împărțit în două. Publicul de aici din sală și publicul din fața televizoarelor.
Care a avut foarte puțin de plătit. Biletul a costat foarte puțin. Asta am citit eu, 5 lei.
Dacă era după mine, dar sufletul meu era gratuit, doar că sala e într-un fel limitată ca și număr de locuri și atunci a trebuit să punem un bilet cu un anumit preț modic, 5 lei, pentru a putea să limităm într-un fel numărul de persoane care au acces în sală, din păcate. După mine aș fi lăsat pe toți să intre, dar sunt niște reguli care trebuie să le respectăm.
Știu că ați avut dumneavoastră o colaborare foarte fructuoasă la începutul de proiect, atunci când ați decis să organizați acest eveniment aici în Baia Mare. E adevărat, cu TVR Cluj, la această televiziune mă refer.
You're gonna give me, how long have you been saying this for?
Spuneți-ne, vă rog, cum a fost, cum ați colaborat și dacă vă bucură rezultatul.
Apreciez foarte mult modul în care cei de la TVR Cluj înțeleg să fie o televiziune regională. Nu e o televiziune a Clujului, e o televiziune a Ardealului, a Transilvaniei și este o televiziune cu oameni foarte inimoși, oameni care simt și vibrează pentru fiecare lucru valoros din Ardeal și mai mult decât atât vreau să-i mulțumesc și domnului director că întotdeauna a fost foarte pozitiv și a venit n-a așteptat să bate noi la ușa dânsului, a venit el și de foarte multe ori a insistat la ușa noastră.
Am mai auzit noi astăzi, cred că Ovidiu asta vroia să vă întrebe, despre TVR Cultural?
Și despre TVR Cultural, înainte de asta, însă, Ana, aș vrea să îl întreb pe domnul primar, așa foarte pe scurt, să ne spună de ce Baia Mare merită în 2021 să devină capitală europeană și nu alt oraș.
Pentru că, și o să vă șochez cu acest lucru, dintre cele 4 orașe care s-au calificat, doar Baia Mare are nevoie de acest lucru. Vorbesc de nevoie. Pentru că acest concept de capitală culturală europeană este despre cum, prin cultură, prin mecanisme culturale, poți să dezvolți inclusiv economia unui oraș. Și care este, într-un fel, aportul pe care cultura îl aduce în dezvoltare.
Care
doar
sunt
la Baia
punctele
Mare s-ar putea vedea acest
care
lucru.
vă mână în această luptă, să spunem așa.
În primul rând, faptul că avem câteva repere din istorie care sunt pur europene, cu valență europeană, școala de pictură de la Baia Mare, care a avut, bineînțeles, un filon european de la Barbizon la München și la Baia Mare. A fost acum 120 de ani o chestiune care putea să fie numită avangardistă. Apoi avem toate proiectele noastre avangardiste pentru tot ceea ce înseamnă industrii creative, pentru că industria creativă este cea care generează cea mai mare creștere economică în Europa și în lume în acest moment și vrem să transformăm platformele economice, platformele industriale vechi, cele care sunt poluate, cele care au soluri poluate, să le transformăm în parcuri industriale pentru industrii creative și, bineînțeles, să fie locul unde să-i găzduim și pe tinerii artiști din întreaga lume, pe diverse zone de artă și cultură, dar și pe artiștii consacrați. Și cred că Baia Mare este singurul oraș dintre cele 4 care poate să se dezvolte prin acest proiect de capitală culturală europeană. Și chiar m-am gândit la următorul lucru. Pentru că am văzut acest exemplu la Mons, în Belgia, când toate orașele care erau candidate au renunțat în favoarea Monsului, pentru că era un oraș fost minier.
Pentru că acolo nevoia era mai mare.
Unde era nevoia mai mare. Noi chiar avem nevoie. Și cred că la Cluj, la Timișoara și la București nu s-ar simți că e capitală culturală europeană. Spuneți-mi, simțiți că este acum la Cluj capitala tineretului european? Nu cred că simțiți.
Așadar, asta este cartea pe care dumneavoastră mergeți. Vreau să vă întreb ce
este cartea dezvoltării prin cultură și o carte foarte importantă pe care trebuie să o înțeleagă toți. Cultura nu este o chestiune care să țină de elite. Cultura trebuie să fie o chestiune care să o înțeleagă
exact în
fiecare.
acest context. Ce reprezintă ceea ce se întâmplă astăzi și duminică în Baia Mare pentru acest traseu al orașului, până la urmă locuitorilor, spre acest statut de cetățean al capitalei culturale?
În primul rând, capacitatea noastră de a demonstra că putem să organizăm astfel de evenimente. E cel mai important lucru. Într-un oraș unde nu s-a întâmplat aproape niciodată un astfel de eveniment, sau poate niciodată. E foarte important să arătăm că putem să facem un eveniment care să fie potrivit și pentru publicul din sală, și pentru televiziune, dar și pentru toți, și pentru concurenți, și pentru imaginea României.
Apropo de concurenți.
Apropo de concurenți...
Eu țin cu toți, nu mă întrebați cu care țin, că țin cu toți și aș vota pe toți, și așa că...
Nu asta vroiam să vă zic, vroiam să vă propun să auziți ce cred ei despre tot ce se întâmplă aici.
Îmi place. O să râzi, dar îmi place.
Luminile sunt foarte frumoase, mă simt foarte bine și e o atmosferă caldă, așa. O să fie un spectacol frumos, sunt sigură.
Halucinant. Sala e superbă, deci, nu știu, și scena e impresionantă.
Știm exact ce trebuie să remediem, astfel încât pe 4 martie să fie foarte bine.
Vrem să mulțumim Baia Mare pentru că sunteți o gazdă minunată și pentru că ne-ați primit frumos și ne simțim foarte bine aici la voi.
Nu mă așteptam să fie un sunet atât de bun.
Prima repetiție a fost cu emoție, dar eu, care sunt un luptător și un încrezător, mi se pare că am dat tot chiar și la repetiție.
Chiar e super, îmi place.
Mi se pare că modificările pe care le-a adus echipa voastră și probabil scenograful și directorul de imagine sau cine s-a ocupat de tot a făcut ca această sală să arate într-o total altă formă de cum eram noi obișnuiți cu ea.
Mi-a fost dor de atmosfera asta de la repetițiile Eurovision.
Am început să mă obișnuiesc și îmi place foarte mult.
Pregătiți, abia așteptăm să începem.
Ne așteptam să avem mai multe emoții, dar chiar a fost super ok.
I decide
Am revenit la selecția națională Eurovision 2016 România. Lângă mine se află cel mai tânăr membru al juriului. Este Randy. Bună seara!
Cel mai tânăr bătrân, da.
Cu experiență.
Sunt cel mai tânăr, într-adevăr.
Cum vă simțiți în această postură și cum vă înțelegeți cu ceilalți membri ai juriului?
Mă simt nou, într-un fel, că n-am mai fost într-un juriu de asemenea amploare și mă înțeleg foarte bine. Surprinzător, îl consider foarte simpatic pe domnul Moculescu. Nu mă așteptam să am părerea asta despre el. Dar mă rog, cred că am avut o idee preconcepută, dar acum mi-am schimbat-o total.
Și cred că e foarte important că tot vorbeam de punți la începutul transmisiei noastre de astăzi. E și o punte între vârste care se creează în acest juriu și e absolut firesc să fie așa.
Am avut niște discuții în contradictori destul de aprinse la selecție, când am selectat piesele. Dar până la urmă am ajuns la un numitor comun, pentru că așa se evoluează, așa se merge mai departe.
Și până la urmă cred că cel mai important e pentru voi profesionalismul, calitatea celor care vor urca pe scenă în această seară, care vor fi prezenți și duminică, pentru că cea mai bună piesă, cea mai bună formație să ne reprezinte la Stockholm. Vreau să-ți mai spun o chestie, Randy, pentru că eu te-am văzut pentru prima dată pe scenă așa foarte de aproape la București, la gala Inimi de Români, unde am văzut că ești implicat în activități caritabile, în activități pentru persoane cu nevoi speciale. Iar noi la TVR Cluj avem o emisiune realizată de astfel de persoane. Este emisiunea care este reprezentată în acest logo. E până la urmă și asta, fără prejudecăți, menirea Eurovizionului de a promova punți între tot felul de categorii care ar trebui respectate și ar trebui privite cu demnitate și cu respect. Mi-aduc aminte foarte frumos momentul de anul trecut de la Eurovision, când Finlanda a fost reprezentată de o trupă de persoane cu nevoi speciale. Trupa Perti Curicat Nimi Pravat a fost prezentă la Eurovision. Apoi promovarea minorităților, cum a fost Dana Internațional cu mai mulți ani în urmă, Conchita Furs. Iată un eveniment care, să spunem așa, aduce libertate, aduce foarte multă libertate de exprimare pe scenă.
Da, Conchita Furs ce minoritate a reprezentat? Într-adevăr, a adus o libertate ciudată. Da, a fost o apariție exotică, dacă vrei.
Promovează toleranța.
Promovează toleranța, da.
Care este un principiu de bază
cred
până la
că,
urmă,
ok,
Eurovisiunului.
toleranța, n-am nimic cu oamenii cu alte orientări sexuale, dar ești bărbat, arată ca un bărbat, ești femeie, arată ca o femeie. Nu prea există hibrizi de ăștia și dacă există, arată ciudat.
Apropo de concurenții pe care va trebui să evaluezi, ai văzut în repetiții ce părere îți fac piesele lor, prestația lor? Nu vrei să te exprimi, să ne spui câteva feedback-uri așa
cred
de foarte
că spre deosebire de alți ani, nu sunt diferențe foarte mari între concurenți. Adică eu am auzit 12 live actori, ca să zic așa, foarte bune.
Înțeleg că va fi o decizie grea pentru voi?
Vorbeam și cu Cezar, el stă în stânga mea și la stânga tatălui. Și îi spuneam, bă, nu știu cum să facem. Noi avem de dat 12 cifre. 2 dintre ele sunt 0. Și nu știu la cine o să dăm 0, efectiv. Și 0 oricum e o notă dramatică, adică nu știu cine o merită, pur și simplu. Dar o să facem un top și scăzând o să ajungem și la 0, nu avem ce să facem.
Cam ce urmăriți să aibă ei? Care este rețeta, să spunem așa, ingredientele, lucrurile care propulsează, din punctul vostru de vedere, un candidat cât mai sus în top?
Există o rețetă, dar rețeta asta a fost ruptă de foarte multe ori de tot felul de numere exotice, ca să zic așa. Au fost, nu mai știu, rockerii aceia care mai mult țipau la microfon și grohăiau. Nu e genul meu, dar au luat Eurovision, au fost babele din Rusia, dar pe lângă asta există o rețetă, o voce puternică și un refren epic care se împrăștie în toată sala și spune poveste.
Uniunea Europeană promovează diversitatea. Cum credeți, ar fi cazul ca interpreții care merg la Eurovision să cânte măcar un vers, 2 în limba maternă?
Păi avem piese concurs care sunt în română. Eu nu le dau foarte mari șanse, pentru că există...
Crezi că mesajul ar trebui să fie transmis
doar în engleză?
Să înțeleagă toată lumea, evident. Adică au mai fost excepții din Bosnia sau nu mai știu de unde, care au cântat în limba lor. Și au fost destul de puternice piesele încât să uimească pe toată lumea, să-i facă să-i voteze. Dar un plus din start au piesele în limba engleză.
Credeți că Eurovizionul atunci mai promovează diversitatea prin unitate, că și-a atins scopul inițial pentru care, în general...
Diversitatea există pentru că piesele nu sunt la fel. O piesă din România nu o să sune ca o piesă din Suedia pentru că avem alte influențe. Așa că diversitatea există în muzică.
Dar unitatea? Între popoare?
Nu sunt eu omul care să vorbească despre asta, nu cred că există, dar acum să nu intrăm în teorii.
Hai să precizăm faptul că în ediția din acest an, juriul va lua cuvântul, ca să zicem așa, e o premieră.
E o premieră, da.
Ce ascultăm azi?
Păi eu sper să ascultăm atât lucruri bune și să avem curajul să le spunem și pe la rele, pentru că sunt întotdeauna lucruri de îmbunătățit la fiecare interpret și la fiecare piesă, pentru că noi nu punctăm numai interpretul. Cea mai importantă este compoziția. Și sunt și minusuri și plusuri. Nimic nu e perfect până la urmă lumea asta. Eu o să fiu sincer și pragmatic, așa sunt, așa m-am făcut mama.
Înțelegem că le vei spune candidaților pe față și cu bune și
păi
cu
dacă
rele.
nu le spun pe față, ce obținem? Că noi trebuie să fim sinceri, să alegem piesa cea mai bună până la urmă.
Veți ieși pe scenă astăzi să interpretați o piesă? Am înțeles corect?
Nu, noi o să cântăm duminică.
Duminică.
Da.
Membrii juriului vor
avea... O să cântăm, o să ne combinăm între noi, o să fie amuzant.
Amuzant?
Adică fun, adică o să fie...
Aveți o surpriză pregătită pentru noi sau e...
O piesă nouă sau...
Eu o să cânt un single-ul meu, Dansăm, o să cânt cu Udi un single-ul lui nou, la care o să participe și maestrul Moculescu la pian. Să fie mișto.
Iată că puteți colabora din câte...
Da. Bine, e o piesă, se numește Vagabondul vieții mele. Acea piesă, de la care am luat refrenul și am făcut alte versuri, altă orchestrație. Și era normal să intre el în joc pentru că o simte. E o piesă cu parfum.
Scuze că o să întreb asta, dar chiar mă interesează. Mi-a șoptit mie cineva că urmează să ajungeți la Chișinău. De acolo de unde vin eu. Sunt originară din Chișinău.
Da, o să mergem la Orhei pe 8 martie, de ziua voastră.
Ziua, a zis așa, voastră.
E a voastră.
E a voastră, zic de ton. E o ocazie frumoasă, nu?
Total, mai ales să fii pe scenă la Doamne, la Eurovision, la Orhei, în aer liber, da, e o ocazie foarte frumoasă.
Și dacă tot am amintit, am pomenit 8 martie. Ați pregătit un cadou pentru o reprezentantă a sexului
Păi o să cântăm și single-ul nou. Avem un show foarte interactiv. Să zicem că noi suntem cadoul.
Mă refeream la o femeie a inimii dumneavoastră.
În general nu vorbesc despre lucrurile astea. Prefer să le păstrez pentru mine. Că, na, să mai rămână o mică părticică în umbră, măcar.
Eu vă mulțumesc tare mult că ați fost alături de noi și urmează un material interesant. Când am auzit... Nu, îmi pare rău. Unde e?
Hai să vezi, pentru că am pregătit, doamnelor, domnilor, un material. Vă invit și pe dumneavoastră să vedeți, după care ne întoarcem în platoul amenajat aici. Ediția noastră continuă la TVR.
Când au venit țițării din Slovacai, s-au așezat în partea dreaptă la Valea Vațării, formând cartierul țițărat. Prima dată ei au venit pentru motivul ca exploatare pădurilor. Asta a fost cel mai bun meseriaș în exploatarea pădurilor. Și ăsta era și meseria lor. Țițării, germanii respectiv, erau niște oameni foarte, foarte harnici și au muncit nemaipomenit de mult. Unde le-a pus, acolo a făcut treaba. Odată cu emigrarea țițărilor s-a cunoscut nemaipomenit de mult indișori de sus, pentru că profeziștii de sus au rămas fără meseria.
Iar că am avut ocazia să vedem cum se treabă și cu țițerii. Ana, acum știi clar despre ce este vorba, ce se întâmplă pe frumoasele meleaguri, pe Valea Vațărului, pentru că, de fapt, e un munte de cultură aici, nu doar în Baia Mare, ci și în zonele frumoase din întreg județ.
Eu m-am îndrăgostit.
De multe locuri frumoase.
M-am îndrăgostit de această regiune, am mai fost pe aici și, sincer, voi reveni de fiecare dată cu mare drag. Peisajele, oamenii, cultura, pur și simplu te invită, te ademenezi și nu poți să te oprești, vrei să revii.
Și o miză foarte importantă a finalei Eurovision, care se organizează între toate țările participante în fiecare an, aceea pentru care țara respectivă va prelua organizarea festivalului următorul an, este și aceea de a aduce cât mai mulți oameni în țară în scop turistic pentru a vedea acele locuri frumoase care merită a fi promovate. Câtă nevoie am avea și noi în România de un astfel de eveniment care să aducă foarte mulți turiști, care să îi facă să vadă că există frumuseți peste tot, și în Transilvania, România, dar și în alte zone ale țării, la fel cum sunt și în Republica Moldova.
Ovidiu, privește sala, uite câtă lume a venit aici. Sunt sigură că mulți au venit de departe, au ajuns aici la Baia Mare pentru acest eveniment și de aceea, cu siguranță, organizarea unor evenimente de acest gen de amploare atrag foarte mulți turiști. Este și cazul nostru, am venit și eu cu un prieten și uite așa fiecare își aduce prietenul.
Așa este, sunt foarte mulți oameni în sală, așa cum spuneai, Ana, iar foarte mulți oameni care n-au putut, din diverse motive, să fie în sală, sunt în fața televizorului și ne urmăresc chiar acum pe TVR și vă mulțumim, doamnelor, domnilor, pentru asta. Iată, Eurovision, un eveniment care vorbește despre diversitate culturală.
Crezi că va fi frumos la Stockholm? Tu mergi?
Nu știu încă sigur dacă voi ajunge să fiu împreună cu delegația la Stockholm. Cu siguranță va fi superb acolo și sper că la Stockholm va fi și un reprezentant al nostru.
În acest an, România și Republica Moldova nu vor putea oferi voturi, adică nu vor putea oferi...
Cele 12 puncte de care spuneai și tu puțin mai devreme.
12 puncte pentru România, 12 puncte pentru Moldova nu vor răsuna în semifinale, dar
Însă, dacă avem norocul și vom avea candidați în marea finală, așa cum spuneam puțin mai devreme, atunci strategia sau parteneriatul comun care a funcționat de atâtea ori va funcționa, să sperăm, și de această dată. Să știi că am citit în presă o idee și mai interesantă. Cineva propunea ca România și Republica Moldova să transmită celor organizatorilor propunerea de a avea un participant comun.
Vezi despre Dan Negru, nu?
Așa este.
Și să știi că nu este unicul. Avem noi o trupă, Gândul Mâței, nu știu dacă ai auzit de ei, în Republica Moldova, care au zis același lucru. Poate ar fi cazul să avem un reprezentant comun. Și atunci poate și rezultatele ar fi mai înalte. Același lucru l-a zis și maestrul Eugen Toga într-unul din interviurile noastre. A spus că dacă avem o limbă comună, dacă avem tradiții foarte similare, dacă avem același sport, da, iarăși similar, de ce să nu avem un reprezentant unic? Poate. Nu facem asta noi, poate fac alții, o fac artiștii.
Cred că e cel mai bine să-i lăsăm pe artiști să o facă, pentru că cu siguranță se pricep mai bine decât mine, cel puțin. Iată, Eurovision devine astfel până la urmă un eveniment, o manifestare, pentru că e mai mult decât un eveniment, de o foarte, foarte mare amploare. Și dacă e să ne uităm așa puțin retrospectiv, la primele ediții a fost în acei ani, în 1956, când îl pregăteau, a fost până la urmă un adevărat experiment tehnic de televiziune live. Pentru că în acea perioadă aducerea mai multor țări într-o rețea de transmisie internațională largă era considerată un proiect ambițios, care nu se știa dacă va da sau nu roade. Iată că a dat roade, iată că Eurovision se desfășoară și acum în România, va merge și la Stockholm, iar exact cum spuneai tu puțin mai devreme, sala e plină, mai sunt și oameni afară, iar colegul nostru, doamnelor, domnilor, Rareș Cosma, se află acolo și este pregătit să ne ofere detalii. Te salutăm, Rareș!
Bună seara, Ana, bună seara, Ovidiu. Este foarte multă lume care vine în acest moment aici la sala sporturilor din Baia Mare. Spuneai că ediția de anul acesta a Eurovizionului este un eveniment. Eu aș spune că este un adevărat fenomen, pentru că în seara aceasta au venit foarte mulți oameni aici, chiar cu aproximativ 2 ore și jumătate de a începe acest show. Am văzut foarte multă energie pozitivă, am văzut foarte mult interes din partea oamenilor de a vedea ce s-a făcut aici la sala sporturilor din Baia Mare, pentru că este un eveniment major, pentru că este foarte simplu să vii aici și să vezi ce se întâmplă, dar în spate există un adevărat mecanism. Au fost puse la punct toate detaliile în această seară pentru ca show-ul din această seară, dar și de duminică seară, să iasă ambele perfecte.
Vedem foarte multe baloane colorate. Zi-mi, de unde le iau?
Este o adevărată euforie. Asta vorbim după ce ieșim din direct. Promit că aduc eu un balon.
Te rog să fie galben.
Galben?
Dacă tot simbolul de la Stockholm în acest an va fi păpădie, atunci să fie un balon galben.
Aș vrea să mă refer la ce povesteați voi înainte și mă refer aici la acea punte de care vorbeați. Ei bine, aici în Baia Mare oamenii s-au transformat într-o adevărate punte și peste ei trece muzica, cultura, toate tipurile de lucruri frumoase pe care le are acest oraș și bineînțeles Maramureșul. Am locuit aici 11 ani, dar parcă niciodată în acei ani nu am văzut atât de multă emulație și atât de mult entuziasm din partea oamenilor să vină, să vadă și să simtă cu adevărat pulsul lucrurilor care se întâmplă aici. Pentru că, fără doar și poate, chiar dacă Baia Mare este un oraș minier, are foarte multă cultură, are foarte multe lucruri de dat și foarte multe lucruri de arătat. Și de aici, din Baia Mare, cu siguranță va merge un candidat la Eurovision în Stockholm și Baia Mare va rămâne în istoria Eurovizionului. Nu este un lucru foarte mic acesta, este un lucru foarte mare ca orașul tău să fie pus acolo pe o hartă a Eurovizionului.
Rareș, îți mulțumim foarte mult pentru acest update pe care mi l-ai dat. Așa este, am simțit și noi în aceste zile în care ne aflăm la Baia Mare faptul că băimărenii sunt foarte pătimași și foarte dornici de momente bune, de momente culturale, de calitate, de voie bună. Ne bucurăm foarte mult de entuziasmul lor, te-a cuprins și pe tine, lucru pe care l-am văzut din plin în această corespondență. Îți mulțumim foarte mult. Revenim în platoul de aici, Ana. E momentul să introducem un nou element inedit care s-a născut aici, în această zonă și care este foarte, foarte interesant.
Și care demonstrează că nu există granițe în muzică, nu există limite de vârstă, există doar talent. Avem o profesoară, o incendiară, fierbinte, care cântă la vioară. Este vorba despre Nora Deneș.
Așa este. Doamnelor, domnilor, un material despre Nora Deneș.
Ana, fără emoții, hai pe bune.
Ea este Nora Deneș, profesoară de vioară la Liceul de Artă din Baia Mare. Așa începe fiecare oră de vioară. Acordează instrumentul ca sunetele să fie perfecte. Ana este discipolul ei și cu fiecare repetiție o face să se îndrăgostească de acest instrument.
Încă o dată nu nimic. Încă o dată să nu mai urci, bine? Și, de la început, da, da. Vioara este, ce să spun, partenera mea de când m-am născut, să spun așa. De la începuturi, tata profesor de vioară, mama profesoară de teoria muzicii. Am crescut împreună cu pianul, cu vioara, cu viola, cu chitara, am avut o grămadă de instrumente în casă.
Cine este Nora Deneș? Este cântăreață, compozitoare și muzician. Însă responsabilitatea cea mai mare care cade pe umerii Norei sunt elevii pe care trebuie să-i formeze. Este o profesoară modernă, dar în același timp și exigentă.
Este o mare responsabilitate, vă spun, fiecare copil e diferit, nu am o rețetă fixă pentru fiecare individ în parte. E frumos, adică ai provocări în fiecare zi, dai de lucru, vezi ce se întâmplă până la următoarea oră. Tot timpul avem ceva de construit.
În pauzele sculte pe care le are când nu este la catedră, Nora compune, scrie muzică sau filmează videoclipuri. Matriculat este una dintre piese, un featuring al Norei Deneș cu Anakin și Eo. Vocea Norei a fost remarcată de producători muzicali de la București. Smiley a pus ochii pe vocea ei, iar unul dintre planurile de viitor este să colaboreze cu diferiți artiști de talie națională.
Este cât se poate de clar, Hana, că ne aflăm într-un loc special cu oameni speciali și e foarte bine că ne vom reîntâlni cu telespectatorii noștri, cu dumneavoastră, doamnelor și domnilor, și mâine de la ora 20:30, tot pe TVR1. E momentul să spunem că ediția a ajuns la final și să mulțumim sponsorilor care au ajutat ca acest lucru să se întâmple aici la Baia Mare. ATP Motors, partenerul oficial, Serviciul Județean de Ambulanță Maramureș, Aramis Group SRL, Taparo, Eurocomfil Invest, For Brands,
Fina Popasu, Ilnic Electric, Floreria Laura, Flamgard Impex, Inside Media, Catena și Dona Kiros. Noi vă mulțumim!
Vă mulțumim foarte mult că ați fost alături de noi. Ne revedem mâine. La revedere!
Swim against the current.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'll find my path. People and their air. Feet are strange.
Shut down.
We are all tied to the ocean.
The enemy has been slain.
My people are counting on me. I still hear the song of the sea.
An enemy has been slain.
There's always another way. Let the seas reclaim them. Pure as the past. I will see my home.
Come get
Has been slain. An enemy
There's
has been
always another
slain.
way.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
We are all tied to the ocean. people are counting on me. Ew, whale breath. I will see my home again.
Has destroyed a turret. You have slain an enemy.
These are strange. Quit flopping around.
The enemy's has been slain.
There's always another way. I'll find my path. We are all tied to the ocean. Ew, whale breath. Ride upon the wave.
Heads up!
the tide. Sure as the tide.
Enemy double kill. A summoner has reconnected. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Ew, whale breath. I'll find my path. Another wave. My people are counting on me. Ride upon the waves. My quest beckons.
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
We are all tied to the ocean.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
As the tides.
An enemy has been slain.
My people are counting on me.
Your team has destroyed your turret.
People endure.
Go!